Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything is good here real quick, including that. That seems okay. I hope. I feel like that needs adjusting a little bit. Check it in a different way. It's a little wonky today. Okay, so that's better. All right. And then let's make sure this is okay too. And I need to turn that down. It's too loud. Hang on one sec. I'll be right back. There we go. We'll go with that. All right. So let's get rolling here. And it is way too loud. There we go. Okay. We left ourselves a plan. Let's get acquainted with the plan once again. All right, as we fix the camera. You. There we go. Okay. So. We converted everything over to use the map coordinate struct instead of point. Okay. So we need to fix our tests because we're going to break a whole bunch of stuff as part of that. And I think tile was outstanding as a thing we needed to also touch, right? Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe we already did the touch up on tile. Let's go ahead. I don't need that open. I don't need that open right now. Actually, hang on. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to leave that open because we're probably going to have to go into there. So tile tests. Take a look at you and see where we are. I also forgot. Let's get that going. Okay, so we're going to start at the top here. And we're not going to be able to run this until we resolve all the issues in this package, of which there will also be some in here, which is fine. We'll just have to get everything fixed up. And we'll just take it one package at a time. So it's going to be game map, world manager. Yep. Coordinates should be okay now. Config manager should be okay, but the map part of it won't be. Not breakpoints collapse. Dang you. Okay. Perfect. We'll also have to fix Character manager? Yep, because of location changing. Character itself, probably because of the new struct. Well, maybe not. At least compilation-wise, it seems to be okay. We'll start here. But we're going to start at tile. And then we'll do game map itself. And kind of work our way out from there. Because this guy's in the same package. So this, our coordinates, we made ourselves we have a 0, but we don't have a constructor for a map coordinate. I think that's going to be fine, though. We don't really gain anything by putting it within. Like making anything internal. We need to use all of these. This, and I need to change up the tunage here real quick. This is not gonna do it today. Not right now. Maybe later. Do some of this. Okay. So our ID is the test map ID, and then we can still create a new coordinate there. That's fine. Let's do, we move you. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. We probably still want to do this. But where is your default? What's your default map ID? When we create you, we're not giving you... We have a marshaled map. We don't have... We don't have a test map. We could... Oh, we have an invalid coordinate. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Just to say, hey, you're lost, basically, for the purpose of the test, right? And we're going to do the same thing here. Because as tests put these guys places, we should be letting the machinery update that, I believe. So I think we're okay there. Okay, so we do that. Perfect. And then you... This is actually going to look basically the same. Because we're still putting him at 1-1. And we still want him to be put back into invalid. So I think we're all right. We will find out, though. Like, this doesn't really... coordinate, it's fine. There's not really a point in doing it, but anyway. Okay, let's see here. This needs to be... We allow this to be null, right? Valid coordinate when we load you. In config manager over here. Map coordinate. Yeah, ID is allowed to be empty. So we still make one of you. And we set your location to that. Which we decided if you don't have an ID, it means that you're in the same map. So we should be fine here. And we can actually just do this. Actually, all of that. We can just do this. Copy that. And then we just need to be over here. And then close that like so. That'll fix the config file. The moves though. What do I got here? Place character at point. So let's do this. Map coordinate. The ID is our test map ID. Location is... And we did make ourselves a 0, so that's fine. It's map ID. And then here we can just do test location. We're gonna have to do that. In a number of places. But I don't think we're going to gain anything by trying to automatically find and replace these. I think this will be faster and easier to just do it. And as long as these guys continue to go in the right place. We have no observer in this one? Do I want to do that here? No. We might want... Let's actually just throw in... Let's throw in a little to-do here. It'll be on server. An awful lot of stuff in there. Movement. We need to think about how we display moving via a hidden exit to observers. Does that work currently, or do we need to add a field to the transit, maybe? That's gonna be a thing. Abilities. We still need to figure that out. Like, we should have most of the pieces in place, but we need to get it working when we have abilities that it can broadcast a thing. Notification string functions to a different package. All handlers get the same byte slice message data. This client handler, I think that was for like exits. This is already taken care of by the refactor. That made that no longer a valid thing. These... that still needs to be tweaked a little. That's still other stuff. Those are maybes. That's a thing to do. Items need to be done. I don't think this is going to make it in there, but it's a thing to think about from the future. This needs to go like... this goes after... items. I don't... where's my items? We'll leave you there for now. This, we've already decided and done. We show them now. If they're just standing there. Okay, that's just another thing to think about in the future. Same with that. Status that can tick on a specified timer. We'll leave that and I'll think about it when we get there. I think this we want to make dynamic. In that if you have multiple things in a room, we probably just list them in order. Because we use lists instead of maps there. All right. This is already done, actually. That may or may not be done. We'll have to look. This is more game design. We'll leave it there for now. All right. Little mini cleanup there. We got some old stuff out of there. Made sure everything was still sane. Added a bug, or not a bug, but a thing we need to look at in the future. I feel good about that. Okay. For Meow, we just need to fix... What's going on here real quick? What's going on? All right. Got you. Oh, yeah. I was going to make sure I copy that again. Just in case it went missing along the way. Tile grid. That's fine. We're allowing the defaults. We're still spawning at 0, 0 though. So we're fine there. We're setting this manually. That. Just thinking we might have to do add a version of this that tests an invalid map ID recovery. We do spawn you at 0, 0 though. So that the map knows you're there. So I'll still need this. That's fine. Like so. Tile recovery for invalid room. We still spawn him there. Invalid room. So it's still a map coordinate. Map ID. Oh my gosh. Cannot type. Test map ID. Location. U. Like so. That should still work. That should all be the same still. Reload config. We need to... do the same thing here, but only location gets set. That's all fine and dandy. So we can just put that in, close that, come down here and do the same thing like so. Let's see, what else we got? This will be the same. Relocating a tile. As long as we keep these guys all the same. Same deal here. That. That. Close. Oop. Up in there. Ooh, 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 ooh. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think the map test package can be run now. Or the tests in them, I guess I should say. Got an issue in format because I forgot loading connection ID of this configured connection origin ID. That is not this map's ID. This. Wait. Loading connection ID that. Configure connection origin ID that is not this map's ID. Oh, but we don't know. We are map config. Connection origin. Oh, we forgot. Connection config. This guy. The ID on that one itself. Okay. Only one failing. That's good. Leave message is incorrect. Interesting. Enters from the west, but we wanted leaves to the east. We've put you on test location. Moving to the east. Because this, I did this wrong. This guy didn't used to be, he used to be at 1-0. We can just do this for the sake of the line length. This was 0 and 1. Believe. Server location. 0-1. What? Oh, we put him at 1-0 before? Yeah. East. That makes sense. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and commit this because we fixed up a package. What's going on here? Hang on one sec. Okay, there we go. Game map test, tile test, game map, yes. Fix tests, map, module package, what do you want to call it? Correct missing string param in log. Okay, push that up, that's fine. Fine and dandy with me. Okay. World Manager, I guess we probably do next. That makes the most sense to my brain. I think. Depending on where the failures are, I suppose. Test main. Does it make sense? We used to put them at 0, but we need to know the map ID. These guys actually here. We can do that for them. Invalid is fine, because the test should spawn them in a room if they need to be in that room. That should be okay. These we should be able to fix up. Somewhat automated. We want to replace just thinking if I think we called it the same thing every time. I think we're okay. One period, please. So, we should be able to replace this with this. Like so. And then map ID is just public, so it's not a function call. Just like that. Yeah. Okay. Place all of those. Other guys. We could do that. If we do this, we might be able to get, because there's a lot of these, we might be able to get this a little bit smarter. We could do that. We want to be sure. These are all 0 zeros. And that's still going to be complaining, but we can come back in and give it that test coordinate. That'll be a little bit less painful. Than doing it all manually. Get that in here. All I see is black magic? Alrighty then. I am, in fact, a wizard. There we go. There we go. There we go. Couple more of these guys. And then hopefully everything will still pass. You. Like what? One more? One more. There we go. Okay. So. Let's get you out of there. Let's go run this. Okay, perfect. Love it. Let's go ahead. Yep. Fix broken tests in World Manager. All right. Next, map test. This guy is going to have the same problem here. Map coordinate, map ID. Nope, not a map ID, location. We're letting the ID remain empty. Go. There we go. Fix up the config. And then we have a bunch of these guys. Tile config is fine. Let's get these guys. Fixed up. So we're manipulating configs to test everything. So new tile. Wait. Why new tile? Did we get rid of new tile? We made you internal, that's why. And because this is still in the same package, that should be fine. Except for it's not. Map test. Oh, because we're in config manager. But we don't create new tiles in Config Manager anymore. Yeah, okay. These are the guys that we deleted. All of these, because we don't do that anymore with the Config Manager. We do that in the editor. So all those can actually just get deleted, I believe. Let me just... I'm paranoid about adding a tile. Yeah, it's all new tile stuff. New connection. New connection went away as well. I just don't want to mess up and delete things that are still usable. Add connection. Yeah. New connection. Bad ID, whatever. It's all the same. Add connection, update tile. Right config, yeah. Don't need to do that. Update tile, wrong ID. Update connection. Yeah, okay, good. All of these should be good to go away. They should be old. The right config stuff. I guess we still do stuff in attributes. We're going to leave this for now. Most of this, I think, is going to get ripped out. Anything that writes config, I think, is going to go away eventually. Status effects go in config manager. Skills, map. Well, I guess no, because we do... As part of parsing this, we fix things, so we might still need that. We'll leave it be. But we don't need to generate new maps or tiles and new connections and all that. Let's go ahead. Remove unused, or remove tests for unused functions in config manager maps file. Let's see what we got going on here. Character manager test. Where are you broken today? Just collapse these as we go. We did tweak some of this, so it's not surprising we would have some issues. Load character. Default starting location. We did something about that. Character manager over here. This should now be a starting location, which we set character. Do we set you in the config file? I forget how I set that up. Be in server, character manager, yes. So we need to make sure manager config, this guy, going pretty good. How about you? We would need to... We don't have a test map ID, though. Validate character. But it shouldn't matter. I don't think. Kind of programming. It's go. We're just validating that the data is correct. So I think we're okay to just make one. And we could use just a new UUID. It won't matter. And then location. We can make our coordinates 0 the location. I think that should be okay for this package. And then here, test manager starting location. Except for validate character, this needs to take that instead. We did implement equality on that though, so we should be okay. Also, what kind of ID? I mean, VS Code or Sublime? JetBrains, go land. Okay. That should fix our validator. That should fix that. These load things should be fine now. This guy, current location needs to be a map coordinate. The map ID... I think we can still just do a new one. It doesn't really matter. We just care that they are the same. Like so, I think, if I remember correctly. The same is true here. Should be all right. That's no longer a pointer. Test location needs to be like so. Not a pointer anymore. Make you a location, or a map coordinate rather. What else we got in this one that needs to be fixed up? Should be all right, I think. Okay, let's give this a shot. This is not the correct one. This one, there we go. Okay, everything's passing. Love that. Character should all be good too because we just ran it as part of the same package. So I think we're okay. 2 usages here. So we still do use you. Okay. Let's go ahead. Commit this, fix character package tests, or module, I guess we should say. It's on the schedule for today. Coding and nonsense, of course. The usual thing that's on the schedule. Just fixing all the tests I broke. Actually, let's do this. As part of the refactor. Character database test needs to be fixed up. I think let's tidy some of this up. We should be done with all of these guys, really, for now. Except for, I wanted to leave, I think it was in World Manager, I left myself my to-do list. I should have put it someplace else, like outside of the code, but there we go. Yeah, there we are. So we're working on step 2 of the plan, which is to fix the test we broke, so that we have a solid base to work from. And then we can start working again on resolving the connection we should use, because cardinals are no longer sufficient. Okay, the character database is inside of character. You. What's up with you? This just needs to be a location now. Or a map coordinate, rather, not a location. Map ID. We should still be okay to create a new one. Location. Like so. Why don't I use AI? Because my brain works just fine, thank you. These should also be fine to just replace the new with a coordinate where we create a new ID. We're just checking the shape of the data, not the actual data. So that's all good. What else we got in here? Second guy. There we go. He is the AI. What's the it's a neural machine network, a learning computer. That was a bad Arnold. I can do better. It's a learning machine network, a learning computer. I can't do it today. I forget what exactly he calls it. Okay. That should be everything for you. Okay. And then this should all... Oh, we still get a couple things. What all... Oh, wait. Something... Best Arnold I've heard today. That was not a good Arnold. I can't get it. Can't get there. You got it's a neural machine network, a learning computer. There you go. A little bit better. Still a little off. He's got to get a little Total Recall with it before you get there. You know. Okay. What? I've got files that should not be. What is going on here? My test configs are not getting cleaned up in World Manager? Please play this sound when someone subscribes. They would immediately unsubscribe. Got something in my eyeball. Why World Manager. Tell me, Mr. World Manager, why aren't you cleaning up your stuff? World Manager test. You don't panic, right? But new file and modified. Oh, never mind. They've already been deleted. They just wound up in there for some reason. Okay. That's more like it. Should have read all of the output. Fix character database test failures. Push that up. And then what else did we have going on here? Command parser. Command parser? Command parser has troubles. Command parser has troubles. That's surprising. Let's get that, and that. You over here. Oh, because we put you in a thing. That's probably fine. You just need a place to be, basically. Location. Okay. Should be everything for you, right? I guess you have an internal. Things could be broken in here. Doesn't seem like it, though. Guess we could check the files themselves, too. That's fine. And you're fine. Okay. So why was this saying other things? Get over here. And parser build failed. Unknown field. Transit exit. Return error does not contain expected string content. Error on marshalling map data. JSON unknown field X. That's in map test 266. Okay, so I saw an error that went with a different thing. And that is parse map data unknown fields. Map test go 266. I bet you it's in config. $266. Expected unknown field transit exit, but error on marshalling map data unknown field X. Thought we ran you. I guess maybe not. That's still fine though. It's just because this guy needs a location here around these guys. We did destinations too, right? Hang on. Apps. I can't do you. You don't have connections. Yeah, we did destination as well. This should actually be lowercase in this case. Location. Y'all in there. Like so. Anzetic does not conform to the snake case parent should be unknown. Okay. There we go. Okay. App test and command parser test. Yeah. We'll do these one at a time. I should have done them, but I just got distracted. You fix command parser test. Fix fig map file parser test. There we go. Now see, we got unknown field map config file and struct literal of type. World manager config. Main test. Main test got overlooked. Way down here. Where test main right here, map config file is no longer in the world manager config, right? Yeah. Yeah. Instead, with the folder, which should be in our test map config file. It's just going to be test main configs. And then we could do test config dir, and then test map config file can be our default map for this test. Except for your UUID. Whoops. Default map. Test map config the UUID. There we go. How do we feel about that, Mr. Main package test? Wait, what is test main configs? Test main configs, no such directory. Oh, you know what? It's because... Let's do that. Oop. Oh my gosh. You. Thank you. Marshaled map goes into there. Path join. So I should be able to do that. That. This I should be able to do a join on. That. Because that's how we do this, right? Victory. Oh, no. We set that in the map folder we set up. So this is the default, and then default folder is maps. Yeah, okay. So we just need to give you that instead, and you should figure it out. What is... We're reading maps from file path. We write you. Or creating attribute config file. I don't think this... I don't think that allows us to create a directory on that path. So we need that. Let's just call it maps directory. And I want to make sure it's not just panicking still. Test main configs, test maps, test map JSON, no such file or directory. Test configs directory. Test main configs, file exists. Test maps directory, file exists. Let's clean these up really quick. Those shouldn't be in there. It's leftovers. And then reload you. Oh, duh. Derp. This needs to be test configs dir, and then you. And then These aren't being cleaned up because it's panicking. There we go. And then we just got some failures to take care of. Character logout from character selected. Gotta panic. Error sending ready message to server. Error in test server communication. Error reading message from test server failed to get reader. Reader failed to read frame header. Send ready. To me, seem this guy. Create character. Get character list. Log into character. Place character at point had a troubles. So when we log you in, send and await replies. Place character at point gets called by World Manager, but not there. It's going to be game. No. Game Manager should be calling you, I thought. So let's go to our World Manager, place character at point, but that was called by Game Manager. Here, from here, so we called character spawn. And it ends up with a nil pointer in coordinate map ID. Because you characters get character list. We have to create a character first. Send that. Send and await replies. That's going to be Game Manager as well. Create character. Calls Character Manager, create character. Makes sense. Attachment map, skill map, new character object. Character Manager starting location, which should be config starting location. Map config. Where did I... Let's collapse these. test client config. Start a server. Connect, we register. We give it the test client. So we send that. Where do we connect you to the test server? Test protocol log, test client config. Get character list. But when we log in, log into account, create character, get character list. Oops. When we log into character, we should be in character spawn. Yes. We call for ourselves to be spawned. Game manager character spawn. And I've got this set because it wouldn't be from the character list. Log into account, create character, get character list, test account ID. Characters is my list. The ID is what I send to log in. That's actually in the other handler here. Client handler. It'd be authenticated. Account authenticated. Okay. Character info, all that. Cool. Let's submit. Let's create. Let's request. I think it's in submit. Character login. We give it the ID. So we unstow you. Get you out of there. We convert you. Add you to the list. Cool. And then we get the spawn. But you... Our character is character. So we set it based on the character login. So... in order for us to have no... character at point, character created location is set to UUID of nil, which is correct on creation, right? Game manager, create character. This is the starting location. You don't have any maps, do you? Let's see here. We have test map config. It's 1 by 1. Tile config. Location. There's no connections. That should all be simple. Get character received from authenticated account. Get character request returning. Character spawn. Create you. So character object, CM starting location. Is there no world manager, perhaps, in this test? Test client config. Log into account. Get character list. Apply content. Response list. Where did I set up? Right, file, mock map config. That's the default. Game map, world manager new. This is that. World manager, when we create you, mock map config should be world manager config. That should be set. And then game manager. Where's my... Test GM... Test DB... There's no character manager. If that's true, how do you create the character? Config is config. Character manager. So if we do have you, call new character manager on you when we feed you your an empty config. And that new character manager, database connection logger, and manager config. Starting location. Is why we don't have anything there. You have none of the other things, but that's probably okay for the purposes of this. You do need a starting location, though. Map ID is going to be the test map config this guy. Location can just be 0. That's probably fine. How does that strike our fancy? There we go. You could argue that we should be testing this better. But the only thing that really matters is starting location for this. Testing our login flow from like an integration standpoint almost. It might be okay. One could also argue that in our world manager, when we place the character, location, is there a way that we can catch? Follow this. Comment that out really quick so it fails again. So we can follow this again. Game map. Game maps, location, map ID. Character current location just doesn't get set, right? If we go back... Game manager character spawn. But when we created you... This is going to be the problem. And our game manager... Character current location can't be nil. Where do you get set to nil? Let's do this. Coordinate. Okay. Map ID is not nil. It's a nil UUID. Oh. Thought a nil UUID still had a value. And this map. Actually, hang on. Map is nil. That's what's happening. Okay. So we got to go back. World manager. This right here. We need to nil check this. But manager doesn't have any way to know what the default should be. So we could do if this is okay, we can return target map, place character at point. Otherwise, this returns an error, right? Yeah. How does that work in the world where we need to... I guess it'd be character recovery at that point. Look who's back. Back again. Mongoose is back. Tell all your friends. How's it going, Mr. Terrace? You don't have a default. You do have a default map. Okay. So, if the target map is invalid, we need to engage recovery. I have no friends. That's why I'm on Twitch all the time. I mean, y'all are my friends. All my real life friends live all over the world, so... well, more all over the country, but... Where's my recovery? Recover lost character. So here, that is the suckiest part of the modern world, right? It was cooler when I was working so I could afford to travel around. Because I would spend like my winter in a warm state and hang out with a friend there, and I could just go places and see my friends that had moved away, or that I knew from the interwebs, and I could just go say hi. Need to get back there, back to that state. So here we got to be careful that we want to make sure our default map exists in our map list as well. Which we did do here, right? Yes. So we should be guaranteed to have a default map. So if I can't get my target map, if the target map is invalid for some reason, engage character recovery. So I should be okay. Default map ID, recover lost character, this guy. Except for you. You return a bool and a coordinate. Do we set? We should be setting. We place character at point. You set character current location, so we should be okay there. This return, if this is okay, our recover character should be logging. Yeah. So I really don't care about this. I only care about if it was okay. Otherwise, I guess it's just here. It's an error. Unable to place character at point this. Recovery attempt also failed. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's also do the ID. That, and then this is location that they initially told me they wanted to be in. Okay. That need to be pretty. That should fix our panic in this test, I believe. Okay, yeah, we got bad data back still, but we don't panic anymore. We indeed were not... We didn't get the output we expected for this test case. So, we go fix that. And then everything passes. Alrighty then. And that was a little bit of a hairy one. Alright. Let's do this. Oop. You fall back to the default map, or I guess we'll say if placing a character calls for an invalid map ID, fall back to character recovery onto the default map. There we go. And then you fix broken test must give the test manager a starting location for this. Okay, we'll push that up, and then there we go. Wake up. We'll run our tests again really quick. Okay, everything's passing. Just because I'm paranoid, I'll run with the race flag to make sure we haven't introduced any races. It'll take a second to run. Come on, you can do it. While that runs, I'm going to get a beverage really quick. I'll be right back. There we go. That's better. All right. So our tests are now passing. Race test, good. Came back clean. Love that. Didn't add additional problems to my world. Okay, next thing to do here. We did throw ourselves a to-do in one of the map tests, I believe it was, which actually is related to this. Let's do that before we go break stuff again. That should be fine. Where was my, You're in the handle event. Okay, there we go. All right. The recovery from an invalid map was in here? Yes. Wrong tile recovery. Wrong tile recovery from invalid room. From invalid map. Because we also need to do that. We should probably also expand our testing to the place character stuff. But we use that here a lot. So we get, like, Happy Path coverage for free, basically. One thing at a time. Let's do this. This, we're just going to set you to a new ID. We can swap that to 0. Map ID, something weird happened. And this all, believe, should still work the same. Because we should still play the same messages and all that. Let's just find out. Didn't work. Because in our move, error moving character, that's going to be in game map itself. Not in map ID. Yes. So here, we could recover lost character on him. And I don't care about the location here either. We can do this. Attempt to recover. We could probably just log an error. Well, we do a lot of logging in recover loss, though. Right? Yeah. We could still log, because we don't log a thing here at the start. So it probably still makes sense. So let's do character is not in map ID, whatever it thought it was. Attempting recovery. Let's do that. So we give it the ID, current location, map ID, like so. Actually, hang on. That. And I could do current location. Except for how would you even get into here? Hang on. Origin map. We recover. And then this would be cover lost character. And source event target. Origin map is you. If not, cover lost character. So here, like, how do we even wind up in here? Character ID is not in map ID. Let's roll this back. This shouldn't happen. Origin map should fail here. Right? So we set you to a rando ID. Character current location map ID. Let's debug this, because you shouldn't be passing. We didn't get there? Oh, it's because I called move directly. Right. This test, actually, this would be a world manager test. That makes more sense. We shouldn't even be in there if we're in the wrong place. So here, move recovery from invalid map would be that still. that should still be valid. This should be this. This is not in this package, though. So we have to do this, unfortunately, for right now. Until we extract these to put them in a place. And I'll leave myself extract these strings. We should replace this. It's a magic string right now, but it'll get us going. Undefined default rescue. Okay, yep. I need that to be in there. And the same to do applies to you. Okay, let's see what we get here. Okay. And then we don't call move anymore. Do we have... We have to create a move event is what we do, but we don't have any of these guys. Wired up for this. That's still fine. I'm gonna do a crazy thing here. Split this and have both up. So we still wait for the messages, actually. So that part is good, because we reuse the same code. Why aren't you... There we go. We're not using our test care, but it doesn't really matter. We can massage that in a little bit. We just need to build... Basically, replace this with that. That's not so bad. The rest of it is close enough. Source is still that. Target here. East. I don't need that. Why would I? Oh, duh. This is move event. There we go. You can be a string. Okay, and then we need to have a test manager that we set up, which is fine. We can do that when we do all our stuff up here. Okay. Like so. Valid target type string for move event must be coordinates cardinal. Oh, that's right. We passed that directly right now. We'll want to fix that, but... Okay. Now our test manager... that needs to get set as part of our config, I believe. Okay, we still got a panic though. Was recovered to ID that. Not you. Not you. This is all, there we go. Game map 71. And this is because, I think we're done with this for a second. World manager, move event. So we recover here, this, and then it's going to go on and attempt to do that, which is going to be nil, which makes sense. So here we don't care about the destination here. This is where we need to have this stuff happening. If it's okay, return nil. Let's go ahead here, log the error we were thinking about, saying character this currently in invalid room map ID this tempting recovery, just say, and then you are char ID, we pulled you out already, and char current location map ID, like so. Otherwise, we return the error. Character map currently in invalid map ID map recovery failed. Recovery attempt failed. Like so. We still spit out his ID and the place he thinks he is. Meow. We got here. There's no exit in the direction requested. Which would be like he's still... attempting... Oh. I just didn't delete my other thing. There we go. Okay. That's good. I'm glad we stopped and did that because we found a bug and we fixed it. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's also add, while we're here, testing around place character at point. Remove character. Should be okay. Because placing them should ensure that they end up in a valid place, right? and that we recover them if they don't. Let's clean this up really quick. That's still fine. Test chart 1. Actually, we are using our test characters, so we're totally squared away. Awesome. Let's do... Actually... This is only move. We didn't do a test place at all. We should beef that up too. Because these aren't going to change. Okay. Before we do that, get distracted. Add test for attempting to place character in an invalid map ID. Fix the bugs it revealed. Push that up so that we can get started. What is going on here? I'm not totally against it, it's just a little bit odd. Ah, we've gone into autoplay land. Before I allow it to do that, though, let's take a look. Can I not? I can. No? Do this, do that. There we go. Let's do... this, I suppose. These days, if you let Spotify just go, you'll wind up on slop tracks. I hate it. Okay. Game map itself. We need to test the placing. Problem is... the only way we have to validate the outcome of those is getting it from the character like this. We're going to go with it, though, and if we can figure out a way later to tidy that up when more systems are in place, then we will. But for now, it's okay. And it's really not the end of the world, like, to, you know, trash the return checking and replace it with something nicer, if we come to that. The thing we want to do it's going to be like this. It's actually be more like destination. And we really just care about the messages. We know it works because we're using it constantly in our testing. Test spawn message. So we should... This should happen inside of here instead, after we've set up our wait group listener and all that. Defer the done still right here. Observer actually needs to go out. That's still fine. Like so. We're only worried about him seeing this guy. So we place, and then we expect this. Actually, we can clean this up. We should have done this in a different way anyway. Test char 1, get name, test char 2, and then this needs to be very test colored puff of smoke. Just so it's different, so that we don't have any conflicting data come in here somehow. We expect to see that. We also probably want to make sure that you get the correct messaging as well. Okay, that did not fire. No results at time of failure. Place character at point. You should have issued a room event. Test chart 2, we put you there. Server location 10. Test location. Oh! It's because we put you in the different room. This actually only needs to be a 1x1 room. There we go. Perfect. The placing you we can make you look like that, basically. So this will come down into here instead. It can still have a test spawn message. That's perfectly fine. We're only actually going to expect one message, though, because you don't get notified of yourself spawning. You should just get a a quick look for free. And this. Results should be 0 there. It should actually be basically this. And then you, oops, can go there. This should only be 1. You didn't get closed. There we go. That, hopefully, covers this. Nope, I missed something. That's because I didn't change the string. Quick look event. This 0 0. This should also just be 1 1. There we go. Perfect. Okay. That's going to cover placing and the notifications that come out of it. Add test coverage for placing character notifications that we should see. Let's do this for remove. The place goes back up here. That's all fine and dandy still. This can just be that again. We won't need to check it because the thing we're interested in is down here. After we set up our listeners, you need to become remove character from map. And that doesn't take, it does have a despawn message. And that can be test colored despawn cloud. Sure, can be silly. It just needs to be different. Or I just want it to be different, I should say. This is an error. Wrong button there. Moving test char from test map. Okay. Now, this is actually second. Doesn't really matter. We do expect just one. Expect the despawn message to be played for the observer, and that should be everything. Mm. Perfect. Add test coverage for removing character from map. Push that up. Perfect. Okay. World Manager, meow. We really just... Like, we test the placing extensively by side effect. We really just need to know that if we place them in the wrong spot, that our recovery works. So it's actually going to look a lot like this one. Place on invalid map recovery, we'll call you. Okay. So this needs to go away. That this can go away because we're just going to manually call it. Like so. This can be test bad location. Like so. Like so. Test location can go away. And we're listening for... Where are you saying you're unused? Test map, place character at point. Test bad location. Because that needs to be set. Not the map, but the manager that we call, because this exposes this functionality to people who know about the world manager. Does that still make sense? Come to think of it? Hang on. If I can call that on the map, which I have to be able to call it here. Yes, because this takes the location, not... You don't have to worry about it. It figures out if it's a valid map and all that. And this gets used by the game manager. That makes sense. We might want to rename it. Place character in world. And remove character from world. I like that. That yeah. Okay. So these guys. We wait for the response. We're expecting the same stuff because it's going to recover him. I think it just passes. It does. Perfect. Okay. Love that for me. Let's do... Yeah. Add test coverage for placing character in world with invalid map ID. Rename the functions on the world manager. Rename the place/remove functions of the world manager to be more clear. There we go. Let's run another set of tests with race just to be sure nothing has come up. Oh, we got a failure. This doesn't look like a race failure, though. This looks like just a regular test failure. Okay, hang on. What did I break? Nothing. Wonder if there was something. Nope, it's still... Alright, where are you? Test handle character logout from character selected. Are sending ready message to server. One character got game update. Why is this? Only failing on a race test. Is it an every other test thing? No. That smells like a timing thing to me. It's not doing it anymore now at all. We'll keep an eye on it. But that smells like timing to me. Like it didn't wait long enough for an answer or something. Got confused about what it heard. I'm watching you. Whoop, hang on. It just failed again. Oh, no. I'm crazy. Losing my mind. Okay. So, I think we're done with that. Meow. So now we need to think about the connection stuff. For that, we'll need to go into our connection stuff. Connection go. So when we build this up, transit table ID should use this transit, but it's actually higher up because we support the idea of multiple connections on the same cardinal direction. If we needed to. We're not supposed to really mess with it. Connection is a convenience wrapper. It's kind of fake, right? It's a way for us to relate here. Could we get rid of it? Not here. Here. So we have connections map. And we say, if I'm trying to go east, I need to look in here. And inside of here, there'll be an ID and a transit. This guy's in between. So this is going to have 2 IDs and 2 transits. That's why connection exists. It serves to wrap up everything. And we key it by the ID of the origin. And that gets me the transit itself. But do they need... in tile, when we go... and play the enter stuff. Character enter tile. We append that. It's not in tile. It would be in the map itself. It's part of move. Character enter tile. We send the notification. Yeah, and we send... the same... we have the same transit here. So maybe we don't need connection anymore. And we can get away with just transits. Because this kind of came from the editor more than anything, I think. The desire to edit things. Which actually ties into our deal here, where we say, if our connections have a destination directly, like, why don't we just use the pointer? If we get rid of... hey, thanks for following. Appreciate that. If we get rid of a connection, because we don't need to, like, find its neighbors and things anymore, right? In the server. That simplifies stuff a little bit. We ditch a mutex, which is always nice. This is used in 13 places. Mostly in our connection stuff here, because we make you, okay. And then this has got to be in our connect, yeah. So we're figuring out if we have a connection to this second tile already. I don't see a reason why it needs to stay. We do this in our testing, that's fine. That can get adjusted. It's just tests. What do we want to make that look like, though? So if we think about a world, let's get a whiteboard up here. We don't need this anymore. We were visually thinking earlier, different stuff. We already done most of that. So if we have two tiles and they're connected in any number of ways, and actually, if we really think about it, we could even have a third that's not adjacent, right? Because we support that idea of like a portal. We don't really know what it looks like yet, but we know we're going to want to have that as an option. So we've got connections to tiles, and they can be in a lot of different configurations. They can be bidirectional, they can be monodirectional, they could even be only connections that are to us, that we don't even get to use, right? So right now we have this connection object that everybody lives in. If we were to get rid of you, then in the tile, I guess I could just put it in here. We still need to have a list of connections you have. Which is actually a list of transit objects, right? Let's just make you bigger for the sake of our thinking here. So we have a list of connections, which are a list of transits. We can either iterate through them, which should be fine. Right now it's a map that says, okay, in connection object, I am my ID. I'm trying to go this direction, so I pull out this connection object based on the direction I'm going. And then I say, okay, this is my ID. Which one of these do I use to get there? But if we just had... like, we don't need to know about this, really, right? As long as this knows about its connections, and map is responsible for saying, for calling on me, character left you do that work, and then character entered you do that work, but our descriptions and stuff of what's happening actually are in the map right now. Should they be? Is more of a question, I guess. So we make sure you're valid. That's all cool. We guard it there. Destination tile is you. This needs to go away. So we call leave tile on you. Get out of there. Leave tile. I guess we could move. Remove occupant. We could move this stuff back in. But I don't know that I care about which of these has that. They're technically the same package anyway. They're split up for visual organization only. Get room data gets used outside of this package. So we can't just like put you in an internal anyway. And tile gets used in places too. Which, yeah, you could put it in the parent package, I suppose, but everything about a tile is private, except for these functions that hang off of it. Tiles don't have... Or they could have game event. That wouldn't be a problem. Send the leave messages. We do it in this order because we want to make sure that they get removed. Is there a compelling reason? That still has to be public because, or exported, because we want to be able to notify on a lot of different things. None of this really has a bearing on whether or not this still needs to be something different. This is done to the transit ID. So that all stays the same. Or build exit list or get exit info. That still is a thing. We would just eliminate this call, this check, which is totally fine. Totally happy with that. And we can actually still use a connections map here just because it's easier for things like this. To figure out what order we want to display things in, right? Oh, my camera has gone all blurry. Let's fix that. Nope, it fixed itself. Excellent. Um, and there's no reason that we couldn't have multiple tags on you. One of which being the cardinal. And we just put that into the map. It can be a map string to transit, right? And we can use the same pointer on multiples. It's fine. Okay, yeah. I've talked myself into it. That goes away. I don't need to remove these guys anymore. I don't need to find you anymore, I don't think. And templating is a thing that is kind of fallen by the wayside because we don't use go both places anymore, but I'm going to leave it in there. We don't disconnect anything anymore. So that's that. Transit, though, destination is a tile. That's still fine. You're going to need what are you going to need? So we can still rely on cardinals in some cases. Transit's just going to need to have, and I be careful here because transits are the things in the connection, in the config file, right? Maps, gem, because it has connections. So transit, enter, transit, yeah, enter, transit, exit, exit description. They're called connections, but they're really transit objects, which is fine. I guess we'd probably just want a optional tags. But, okay, so in our example of a thing that's like a portal, like there could be unconnected rooms in between. Let's just say something more like this, right? Not connected. This would technically resolve if you take 2 points on a map grid. It would still resolve to being southeast. So we need to know, is it adjacent? Use cardinal. Else use tags. How do we encode that into the config file in a sane and human readable way? Hmm. Because I would like to omit it if it is adjacent. But if we do that, then we have to check. And right now our vector is a really simple vector. It's just a direction, right? Theoretically, I think a vector should include a magnitude. So we could adjust it, and then that would give us a vector 2 with a magnitude that we could say if it's greater than 1, then it can't be cardinal. Do I want to do that? And this doesn't have to be... This would only be for, like, fixed things, right? Anything that is dynamic. Like, if we created, like, a portal making ability, we could just hook into the... We could just expose the remove in place, right? So anybody who clicks on there, we can just give that an event. I don't necessarily want to, like, build a connection for a temporary thing like that. And the same goes for even if it's a thing that's like if you were to make a portal at the end of a dungeon or something that takes you to the door, right? Just example out of the hat. That would technically be like a constant connection, but I guess you could build it into the dungeon config. Like whatever that map looks like. That would be fine. Triggering it on like completion or something would be another trick, but either way, you have options. I don't think it's going to matter either way. And then we just have to check when we load if something doesn't have tags and it's further than 1 away, then we error. And this would probably log a warning, but and omit it from the loaded map. And that's a problem for Config Manager to sort out, which is fine. Let's worry about sorting out connection and tile first. Because Config Manager manages configs and lives between us and there. So we can be responsible for putting this data in as it loads it, I suppose. And I could even do like a convenience distance to function type of thing that just does basic math, I suppose. And if that's greater than 1, then you know you got props. The other thing we're going to want to do, though, is change our origin. Right now it's 0, 0, and that's the top top left, west, top west, northwest most corner. Should probably be the middle of the map. It should be 0, 0. Just like conventionally, for the sake of being able to expand it later. But that's going to be a problem for when we support map expansion. That's an editor thing, really. And the only reason it really matters is that we don't want to recover anybody who, logged out before it was changed. It would suck. I'd like them to be in the same place. Okay. So, that guy comes out of there. You have tags. Tile when we connect you. Let's do that first. Room connections is a map of string to transit objects. Connecting you. String transit. Why is transit exported? Feels like a thing that should not be. Especially when we have a bunch of getters. Oh, that's why, because we have a bunch of getters. These shouldn't be used anymore, though. Let's get rid of those. Simplify, simplify, simplify until... Maybe config uses them. No usages, though. Yeah, this is probably left over from when we wrote configs with Go. Now we only read them. Okay. New tile, all of that. Still fine. Where's connect? Connect. Get exit info. Where did I put? Find connection. Oh, right there, right in front of my face. Okay. So when we do this, we should probably bring back find connection really quick, just so that we can make sure we do the correct changes here. We don't need that. So we did coordinates cardinal from vector. This just needs to be direction. Is there a connection object from T to second tile? This should be, do we have a connection? Oh, actually. What's actually using connect? Our test map uses it to build itself. Game map uses it in building tile grid. Okay, yeah, so it is pretty heavily used by that as part of the building process. There would be no way to reliably know if there's a connection here yet. And actually, I'm going to rename this to transit, because that's all it holds now. They don't hide themselves away anymore. So we can still call find connection between these two. And I guess it would return a pointer to a transit. And all this would just get replaced. We just go. We don't even need the key, do we? Do you use the ID? We don't need to get the connection out of here anymore. We just need to make this. Yeah, we can get rid of this. All of that. We make our transit. This needs the tags if we're going to continue to do this the way we have been. So, for example, here, because we're building the strings, and because you don't know, well, I guess you could know. Do we want to do that? The test map is one thing. I'm more concerned about you. So connection config. Yeah, if we make the config manager responsible for that, then we just always have it in normal operation. So it's fine. Can we get away with not doing a bunch of errors here, maybe? We can say... Well, let's think here. Do we want to support multiple connections in the same direction? I don't think so. A direction. We can add a move or something. We get a cardinal from the token literal. So our Now client hand will be the only one using this. Except for that's going to be the alive state, or playing game state rather. So if it's a move event that we return, then we move direction. Okay, parse data, coordinates cardinal. If this just becomes a string, because right now move takes a direction. So if you have a portal, okay, well, what if you have two portals? Because that should be valid. So if this becomes map string portal pointer to transit, which is no longer exported, then this is going to look like east transit, west transit, portal. I guess it's the same thing. Well, no, because it's not an item. We resolve items with tags. We can use our tag resolution to check this, I suppose. It's going to mean that we have to handle the idea of somebody trying to do a look at that tag. But we can probably handle that because a transit is not a game object, which is the only thing currently that responds to looking at searching. So maybe that's fine. So if we have like a green portal, let's say, and you red portal, and you try to do a move, then we do our tag resolution stuff. We get more than one result, we return you an error. If you just set, like, type portal, right? We'd have an equal match between these two. We'd return you an error. Which one? So we just need to handle tag resolution in a move action, basically. Which is a little bit of more stuff, but we could put it on a tile. Say, hey, resolve this transit for me, Mr. Tile. And it can then also use this to make sure that it can see it and all that, or that it's known. But the get tag matches right here. Right now it only takes, or only returns game objects, but I don't see a reason why that couldn't be an interface. It's only used in one place. Best match is not nil. We already assert that it must be a game object for this handling look and quick look and search event. So that's fine. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm okay with this, I think. So here, do I care about that? So it can't be, let's see if we can get away with returning just a single error here. Room connections. This has to go through, though. Everything you give me. And then we say tile already has a connection with tag this. I don't even want to do that, though. I don't have a logger here. That's why I was returning a list of errors so that I could do stuff with them in exactly this way. So I would do append errors you, and then you are the tile ID tag here. And I don't care about existing, I don't think. Well, connection with tag this via that existing ID. And then here we need to how do we make sure that we don't get too that's going to be config manager's job to make sure that that's valid. Oh, but what if we're reloading? What if we just say the last one is going to have to win? Maybe we can still get away with this. Let's find out. I'm going to leave it in there just in case, but what if we omit that? Tags are tags. And at this point, why am I not just taking a transit object? Because I should have it, right? All right, hang on one second. I gotta put eye drops in. My eyes are just bothering me. There we go. It is very much spring, and there is very much tree outside. And other plants and flowers and things. Okay, so... Spot DC, like, why don't I just take a connection config here? I could take a connection config there, and then test map. Like, just, it would be clearer to build one here, and then feed it in. Test map's a redheaded stepchild anyway. Connection config. Config connections is a connection. These are already pointers. And this is my config management map. Yeah. Yeah. So we still need the, no, we call connect on the tile. So yeah, this is dumb. All of this can get way, way nicer. So here, we need to filter these, but tags, list of string, JSON tag, tags, like so, right? Okay. Easy enough. You just take config. Config manager connection. Oops. Because the map package, which I'm part of, already has this imported. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to load this. So I'm not creating any trouble for myself, hopefully. So I'm going to convert it here to that. Tags. Destination in my config here is a coordinate. So I do need to resolve that. That's why. Okay, that's why this is. Okay. Still give it an ID. Still take tags. List of strings. Destination. Should be a pointer to a tile. This feels wrong. I could make the map convert these. It would be a lot nicer than a mile long set of arguments. I think this is probably still the better answer. Skill DC, use DC, checks, skill DC. Okay. So that all goes in there. Tags goes there. Tags won't matter on this struct, because I'm going to build that map. This tile still has room connections. So I don't care about the index. Tag, range tags, because this is all one connection being added. So then I can say t dot, actually I probably want to do, yeah, this is additive. Room connections at tag is this transit. Target direction doesn't even come into it. Enter template. This all this isn't enter template anymore. So ID, wait, no. Transit, yeah, ID destination is destination. Let's put tags at the end of the list of arguments here. So ID destination description, enter message is a string. Exit message is a string. I guess it's leave message. And then spot and use DCs. That's all well and good, like so. This actually needs to be, logically speaking, at the end, just for visual organization. It's a pointer, so it shouldn't matter, but this. If enter message is not equal to nothing, then we're going to feed you in here like so. Template to string. Except for you, template info, take a coordinate. Except for you don't. Ah, this is template info. That's what it is. Okay. I'm getting rid of this. We don't use the templates right now. I don't know what it's going to look like. We're just going to ditch this. So if the enter message is nothing, and then this becomes I thought I had a direction 2 helper. Okay. Cardinal. Cardinal 2. Destination. But it's vector 2, right? Vector 2. So this is going to be cardinal from vector, and this will be t location vector 2 destination location invert. Wait. Where is... Did I get rid of invert? Target direction invert. You'd be on cardinal. Cardinal invert. Cardinal from vector. Ah, that. This should mostly be handled by the Fig manager. But we want to be very sure it gets set somewhere. All right, and then the exit template, we're going to do the same thing. And this is cardinal from vector, t location, vector 2, destination, location, like so. And then here we say for the tags in there, room connections at tag is this transit. Here we want to make sure we set. So it comes after description. Enter message, leave message, leave message. There we go. And if they're still empty, we do that. Perfect. All right. I think we can just get rid of error entirely here now, which is lovely. And then I don't have to do anything with that or that, because I've already added all that. I don't even need that anymore because I don't return an error, because it's just not possible. Okay, that'll fix up connect. Get exit info. We still have to go there. We do that. This becomes this transit, and everything else should still work. But this only handles our default print order. We would have to do... We have to do a different thing. To account for other exits. We can do... I mean, we could put them in. Well, no, because it's a map. We're building exits here as a list. I want to do those first. What would it take to do my own sort? But I don't want to... a little tricky because I want to do the Cardinals first, and then anything else left over. So I guess I actually probably the easiest thing. I can just do a sorted. Sorted exit tags. List of strings. Right. And then I do So I'd have to keep track of 2 lists here to filter them out as I go. Or I can do cardinal exit tags, other exit tags. For K, V, range, T, room connections, right? Yes. Just call you connections. It's okay though. Well, if I did that, can I get this done in one loop? Is my question. I don't think so. So if I'm going to do that, I might as well just do that still. And I go range default exit print order if card okay T room connections card null string. If this is okay, ordered exit tags is append ordered exit tags card dot string. Oh, I don't care about that. And then well, if I do that, then I still have to go through here. Maybe it would be smarter to store them differently. Then we have to go and look in both. Or do like type switching. And I guess we can just go through here and say... K is the type. Except for it's going to be a string always. I guess I could say if I don't think I can get... It's not that, it's... I don't remember if there's a helper for this, or we just gotta do it manually. Either way, like, yeah. Slices. Slices. I'm not sure. Generic search function name likes this index func. Sort search. Can I just do this? Yeah, okay. It'll be easier just to do... Well, actually, hang on. Slices contains, so I should be able to... Can't use a type interface? Even though you're cardinals and you have a string. Okay, yeah. Whatever. It's fine. Don't care about the index, card, range, default exit print order. We'll just chuck a bool here. So if card equals k, card dot string equals k, this is true. Break that, right? If is default, continue. Otherwise, ordered exit tags append. Okay. And I guess I don't actually care about the V at all. I can just do that. And then here, this becomes tag range ordered exit tags. I don't need to call string on you. You're just a list of strings. I've already done that conversion. It's kind of ugh, but you know, whatevs. I guess I could. Sure makes it direction. Room exits goes to alive. I don't think I actually use direction in here. I could place that with tag probably and make you a string. And then this, yeah, we did actually write the tag. I'm okay with that though. I don't have to string it now. I've already done it. Okay. That fixes my get exit infos. Fixes all that. Alive still has trubs, and it's going to be here. We still do that. That's still fine. These guys string to capitals, so we should be okay there. The others will have to fend for themselves. And actually, this... this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Because of that. I guess we can say that you could be either, right? we did both. Same way here. Then we can say if this is problematic. We gotta figure out how we want to do this because we want to have both, I think. Well, no, not necessarily. We just have to figure out how to output. Okay, so to do, figure out how to nicely output the. Maybe just drop this to the. We'll think about it. Output the text here when we have a when we have a string that is a cardinal direction and when we have a string that is not a cardinal direction. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but that does take us to the 4-hour mark. And it's getting hot in here. So I'm going to have some lunch, turn on some AC, and work on some other stuff. But thank you for coming to hang out with me. It was good to see those of you who are new, or returning viewers rather. It's good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on today, Friday, ending on Monday. So I'll be here tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central Time doing the same thing. I'd love to see you again. If not, you guys have a great weekend anyway, and I will catch